Good morning, everybody. About 3.5 minutes of practice left for all these players here at the H5G Bowling Team Shootout. Sussex Bowl in Sussex, Wisconsin is the site of this event. Good morning to all watching on Facebook on the H5G Bowling Facebook page. 4 games of qualifying for the 16 teams in this event here. Full house at Sussex Bowl. I'm $2 Phil Bridler bringing you all the action today, start to finish. We'll take a break in the streams between qualifying and the semifinal round. Semifinal round will have the top 4 teams from qualifying advance with pinfall carryover. And they will bowl 3 matches between the teams. After those 3 matches are complete, the top 3 teams will advance to a stepladder final. That stepladder final will be a 2-game total pin match, 3 versus 2. Winner takes on the top seed, $5,000. The top prize here this morning and this afternoon. From Sussex Bowl, we'll let these players finish up practice. We'll get you some lineup introductions and our first of 4 games of qualifying coming up next here for the H5G Bowling Team Shootout. And the last couple practice balls being thrown. And we're getting ready to begin marking for score here at the H5G Bowling Team Shootout. Once again, good morning. I am $2 Phil Bridler bringing you all the action from here at Sussex Bowl in Sussex, Wisconsin.
All right, so we want to welcome everyone to the first H5G Team Shootout. I want to thank our sponsors, H5G. They donated 3 grants After the end of qualifying, top 4 teams will move on to match play. Total pins will carry over. Match play will be 3-game sets against each team in match play, with 50 bonus pins awarded to the winner of the set. After match play is completed, we will move on to step ladder, 3 versus 2, winner versus 1. All brackets and pot games will get
Let the announcements finish here in the center. Cassie Haynen, tournament director, take care of business here inside the Sussex Bowl.
Come see me at the front desk. Please, when you are writing score sheets, have your first and last name on player, okay? Also, lineup. You may change your lineup after each game. So if you bowl Baker one way and you want to change it for game 2, that is fine. But please write that on the sheet, the order in which you're bowling. All right, you guys are all set. Good luck and high scores.
And there we go, getting ready to get things underway here at Sussex Bowl. Get your full lineups momentarily, waiting for those to come in from the teams. They had until the end of practice to take care of that roster information. Starting off on your left lane on this pair, lane 7 if you're inside of Sussex Bowl this morning. Your lineup, Randy Nick in the A position, Scott Surdick in the B position, John Benning in the C position, Richard Ripple in the D position, Randy Keller, your anchor, in the E position. On your left lane, A through E, they simply have themselves listed right now as Lucky 7 since they started on that lane. Bowling over on lane 8, your right lane on this initial pair of coverage. You got Nicholas J's Pro Shop, Chris Van Akkeren in your leadoff spot, so he'll be bowler F as the teams be switching to the second lane. Tyler Atkinson in the G position. H, Josh Gullig. Bowler I, you see up right now, Bill Montz. And your anchor player on that pair, that'll be bowler J. That will be Trevor Yonan. Taking care of things, of course. Yonan, part of the Nicholas J's Pro Shop team that won the USBC team event a few years back. We'll have a couple pairs of coverage for you during qualifying today, and we'll get you a couple pairs covered during each match play round as well. Should have every team at one point in time on the match or on the streaming pairs during qualifying as they rotate through. Of course, four regular team games, 2 Baker games make up the qualifying. Lane pattern for this event, it's out of the Kegel Challenge Series. It's middle road. 39 feet in length. About 24 milliliters in the pattern, so with 4 team games, a couple of Bakers, they're going to get a little bit fried out as the morning goes along. There will be a re-oil after qualifying is complete, so there'll be a bit of a break, probably about 40 minutes between the end of qualifying and the start of our match play round. So we'll break the stream and restart you back up on the H5G Bowling Facebook page. Thanks to those of you that woke up early here on a Saturday morning to take a peek in. Taking a pair to the right momentarily, get you a look at some of the players on lanes 9 and 10. Once again, $5,000 on top today, thanks to the support of H5G Bowling in this event. Get you a full prize list once they get everything calculated it through. Lots of players we saw last weekend down at the Midwest Championship Doubles taking part in this event as well. Lots of new faces making their way here. To take their shot at the $5,000 first place prize. And once again, you see there, that ball there by Gullik. Even though there's only 39 foot in the pattern, it's volume across the lane. It's about a 3.8, 3.9 to 1 ratio in that 24 milliliters oil. And if you make that errant shot to the right, it will stay out there. Always good seeing some faces. Haven't seen him out the booth. Tony Rigoni and his lovely wife stopping by. Tony, originally from this area, has lived in the Dallas, Texas area for quite a few years now, up here for the Bucks game tonight. Good to see Tony. Lots of battles on the left side between him and I during the old youth travel league days here in the Milwaukee area. Tony's a solid player for a lot of years. We're talking a little bit about the Saspas down in Texas that he bowls. Now that he's over, well, a lot of us are over the age of 50 now, let's be honest. You can see a lot of young players here on the lanes this morning, however. And Mons with the whiff of that 210. As we get to the anchor player here, Trevor Yonan. Of course, his father Keith runs a great tournament in memory of Trevor's brother Sean every March up in the Sheboygan area for youth players, and the adult tournament that benefits the youth tournament to wrap up that weekend on a Sunday. I'm sure we'll see Keith making the announcement just after the new year, or actually maybe even before, for the always fun Baker Shootout Pro-Am on the Friday night of that weekend in March. That weekend coming up in 2020. If you want to put it on your calendars right away. March 20th will be the Baker Pro-Am. 21st will be the youth event. 22nd will be the Sheboygan youth event and the adult event. If the adult event continues on, it's always a full house on that day. Once again, that tournament not only pays off a nice first place prize, but it also benefits that youth tournament on Saturday of that weekend. So put it on your calendar, March 21st 20th, 21st, 22nd, Sean Yona Memorial Weekend. Yeah, let's get you over. Lanes 9 and 10. Harley Almond bowling in the D spot for his team. We'll get you that full roster lineup. Almond in the D spot. Mike Meefert leading things off in A. Dale Trester B. Adam Richa C. Almond D. Scott Weiland is your E bowler on that pair. And over on lane 10, you just saw Eric Fritton. Fritton in the anchor spot for that team. Brian Thompson leading things off in F. Ron Wallenkamp Jr. G. Kyle Gertzen H. Nick Crummel starting with a 3-bagger in the I spot, and then Fritton tried to get that forward 10 on the slide over, but no luck. And Fritton, the open frame in the third. Scott Weiland does a lot of his bowling at Classic Lanes, Menominee Falls. And not only the bonus of the money added to the prize fund by H5G brands, make first place $5,000. Every bowler that's in the building that has a jersey from H5G Bowling on today, they're going to be entering a drawing to win $100 in cash. So pays to wear the H5G gear here in the H5G Bowling Team Shootout. We had the Midwest Championship doubles for you last weekend. We've got this H5G Bowling Team Shootout coming to you today. Next weekend, nothing over the Facebook or YouTube airways, but coming to you on Friday, December 27th at approximately 3:30 p.m. We're going to bring you the championship round of the Wisconsin High School Mixed Doubles Championship. That'll be coming to you from Village Lanes in Monona, Wisconsin. And our second of our annual high school holiday events will be coming to you on Sunday, December 29th. As we bring you the semifinal and championship rounds for both the boys and girls divisions in the Midwinter High School Classic. That'll be coming to you from Castle Lanes in Racine, Wisconsin. Thanks to the support of Phil and Patty Onco. That'll be on the Castle Lanes Facebook page, and if you miss any of the events, when they run live, you can always catch those events archived on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel, where some of you may be watching right now. Well, Harley Allman with half. He's having some struggles early this morning. The unique stylings of Ron Wallenkamp Jr. Those quick feet. Get all that ball speed to the line. Very short arm swing for Wallenkamp. But when you get your body moving that fast, it's easy to generate ball speed. Nicole Burt wishing me a good morning. Good to have you alongside this morning, Nicole. Glad you're getting to watch some of the qualifying action here from Sussex Bowl. Taking a look across the center right now, a couple of five-baggers. Down lanes 1 and 2. About the only big strings I see other than the now four-bagger on this pair. From Kyle Gertz and Nick Kreml looking to match with his own four-bagger for his team. One would expect with caliber teams in this field, a challenging but not PBA Tour type lane condition rolled out there, and the ability of these players to make their adjustments from pair to pair. Wouldn't surprise me if it took a total of about 4,850, 4,900 for the 4 regular T games plus 2 Baker games. You know, right around the old 220 average as a team to advance into the semifinal rounds a little later this morning. As Wallenkamp can't get the mixer to go. And Trester running into trouble. Let's take a peek in on Trevor Yonan. As he gets the rack to shred. The air high five to his teammates. Yona making the fashion choice this morning, match the glasses frames to the jersey color. It's not quite Andy Mills-ish, matching the pants to the jersey, but hey, it's Trevor. He's making an effort. Lots of bowling action going on southeast and south central Wisconsin this weekend. Today, not just here in Sussex Bowl, but out in Madison. The long-running Henry Hitter three-man tournament, that's going on today as well. Good luck to all the bowlers participating in that outstanding event. Long tradition, that's always a tough event. To get yourself into the field on, lots of team captains have had their spots for decades. As we continue to roll along, a couple players now on six baggers down in lanes 1 and 2. We'll get you some player information, see if we can get you a highlight or two if they continue their strings into the final frame. And Adam Richa with the mixer. It's Richa with a good effort with Harley Aumann last week, making the match play semifinals at the Midwest Championship Doubles. Oh. You got to have those, Wallenkamp says. Yeah, you're not going to average 220 as a team unless you trip a few fours and kick a few tens out as the day goes along. Perfect game watch. We got Rob Milbrath on the front 8 down on lanes 1 and 2. So Milbrath off camera, Gertzen, who we've had on camera on 9 and 10. Only bowlers still running towards perfection in this first game. As Gertzen's on the front 6 when he returns to the lanes in his 7th frame. We'll get you back over to lanes 9 and 10. Lots of donuts on some scoreboards here this morning. Lots of big red donuts. As you can see in this pair in 7-8, quite a few splits on the board. And sometimes you don't see the circle on the board because the head pin remains. That does not make a wide open leave such as this washout officially a split, but always tough to convert. In that case for Monsto, no problem. Let's get over to Gertzen. on lane 7, on lane 10, 7 in a row, the attempt with his shot. And he rolls the 2 from behind to keep the dream alive. Cal we saw many times over the years, starting his youth days. Back in our days on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and Spectrum Sports. Worked his way through the college ranks at Vincennes, a couple of years of junior college back home, and bowled well in a lot of tournaments for a long time. And Nick can't get the 10 to go. That's one of the problems when that ball loses energy quickly. Ball used a lot of it at the turn. Gets to that 1-3 pocket a bit weak, and you get the flat 10 along with the 5-pin not doing the job on the 7. And now it's just the miracle attempt here for Randy Nick to try to convert the 7-10, and you got to keep it on the lane to have a chance to convert the 7-10. That, of course, will count as a 0 for the second ball on the scorecard. I know there's a lot of you popping in and out of the feed right now, waiting for your favorite players to come across. Into the live stream pairs, a couple pairs of coverage during qualifying. We should have everybody as they make the moves throughout the day. Once again, 4 qualifying games and 2 Baker qualifying games will make up their totals. Top 4 totals. Those teams will advance with pinfall carryover to the match play round this afternoon. Tough to give you a little ETA on match play right now, trying to work out the pacing here for this event. Yeah, if you give the old rough 50 minutes a game, and in a couple of Baker games in there. Well, I think we'd be back after Royal by about 2 o'clock Central Time this afternoon for the match play rounds, and then it'll only be a short about 5-minute break between the end of match play. Oh, they'll get some practice in, so let's say 15 minutes between the end of match play and the start of the stepladder final. So once again, we'll break streams today after qualifying and after the match play semifinal rounds. And if you miss any of the action here on the H5G Bowling Facebook page, catch the archives anytime on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel. Get you back over to 9 and 10 as we're waiting for Kyle Gertzen to get up. He'll be stepping up, looking for the front 8. We've got the front 9 for Rob Milbrath. We'll keep you updated on his progress. Kyle Gertzen rolled out that 2-pin for the lucky break in the 7th frame. No luck needed on that quality shot from Gertzen. As he's holding that team in right now with the front 8. Nick Crummell. Still waiting for that breakthrough for Crummell on the Go Bowling PBA Tour. Sure, we'll see him at a majority of the events. In the 2020 season. Crummel's best finish on the PBA Tour in the 2019 season was 17th in the Wilmington Open. He had some success on the PBA Regional Tour in 2020 or 2019. I'm sure he'll be looking to continue that in 2020. One regional title to Crummel's credit. As Gertzen goes to the front 9 and successfully completes it. Giving an update on Rob Milbrath. Milbrath struck on the first ball of the 10th frame. Tripped a 4-pin out. Knew he had to make a move. Jumped a little farther left for the second shot in the 10th frame and didn't get the ball to come up enough. He left a 2.5, which he converted for 288. So a good opening game for Rob Milbrath. And we'll stick with this pair with Kyle Gertzen getting ready to come up in the 10th frame, looking for perfection in this first of 4 games of qualifying. We're in pursuit of perfection walks here on this pair with Kyle Gertzen. He'll be stepping up on the left lane, lane 9. Looking to polish off the last 3. The 300 game. Get you back over to the finish of the Players Bowling on 7-8 as well, once Gertzen's completed his run of 300. Taking a quick peek across the 16 lanes in play here at Sussex Bowl. Well, there's a couple of guys making them look easy with Gertson and Milbrath. And there's some guys making them a little tougher than they really want to right now. At 1 and 2, they're finished. A couple team scores in the 1070s. So once again, guessing right around that 4850, 4900 number will probably be enough to make the semis. Share the video with your friends. Share them with Kyle Gertson's friends. As he's stepping up right now. If you're a Kyle Gertson fan, this is your time. Gertson on the front 9 here in the H5G bowling team shootout. Game 1 of qualifying here in the Sussex Bowl. Sussex, Wisconsin, the site. That one comes up light, and the string ends at 9 for Gertson. Still a possible 278, still a solid team game possible as well. As Nick Krumel still has a chance to shoot 279 and possibly keep that team projected towards the top 4. We'll get you a scoring update as soon as possible in the game 2. And new players coming to your screen as H5G Bowling Team Shootout Sussex Bowl continues. Remember, it's not a jersey. It's H5G. Game 2 coming up next.
It is cold in here, yeah. I noticed that right away. Yeah. Really? Weird. That's a weird skip. What's that? No.
I'll be a while.
Well, a couple of repeats again you'll get on this pair of lanes as we're getting a divergent crossing. So the team led by Randy Nick with Nick, Surdick, Benig, Ripple, and Keller are now your F through J on this pair. We'll get you a lineup on lane 9 momentarily. They were nice enough to provide first names, and of course, you can't tell your players without last names. And they're just getting underway on 7 and 8, so you'll see the team with Thompson, Wallenkamp Jr., Gertzen, Kreml, and Fritten once again. They'll be your A through E this time. And your F through J. Your bowlers on lane 8. F, Joe Jans. G, Tony Oliva. H, Ryan Lever. Chris Hill, you see there, leaving the 10 pin is I. And Tim Damrow bowling in the anchor spot. And the announcement's gone out. First team to hang the house this game, $100 award. If that doesn't promote fast bowling, I don't know what does. That'll promote some quick bowling. Guys racing to get you'll see two guys, their team's on the front 4 in that frame. Fighting each other to get there through the last one. Well, there's Ron Wallenkamp Jr., the unusual 9-10 leave. Don't see that very often. The 9-10. Wallenkamp Jr. See, you put the pressure on him, Todd, to try to get the. You told him they were shut out of the. Hang the house for the $100. Yeah, it's not that tough of a pattern out here with the middle road. It's about almost a 4-to-1 pattern, but it's. It's always the toughest part, pair to pair, making those moves. Being in the right spot at the right time. Chris Hill, you see with the open. Let's take a look at Colin Carrick. Carrick, the lefty. Those of you that are at Riviera Lanes at any point in time, you see a lot of Colin. If he's not on the lanes bowling, he's behind the bar working. Tori Anderson, who made an appearance at the Bolero Elite Series back in September. At the second of the 3 events scheduled for 2020. The next event on that Bolero Elite Series coming up December 29th. So you'll have to fight it around your football scheduling. Set those DVRs, because this one will be on NBC. 8 pros and 8 amateur players. Well, you can't say amateurs. 8 top-level professionals versus 8 Bolero League Corp bowlers. Such as Greg Thompson Jr. Greg, PBA regional player. Powerful game. One of the players, along with Mike Ewig, Garrett Chauvin, Jay Nephew, Douglas Heron, Elizabeth Jones, Amy Brem. Brem, who took second place in the last Bolero Elite Series event, losing to Anthony Simonson in the championship match. And then Luis Gonzalez out of Illinois. Gonzalez, a second chance to take home a top prize as he took home that big $270,000 first place prize at the inaugural Bolero Elite Series event. And then for the professionals on December 29th, battling their way to the TV show, be Clara Guerrero, Shannon O'Keefe, Marshall Kent, Tommy Jones, who's going into the PBA Hall of Fame in 2020, Kyle Sherman, PBA Player of the Year, Jason Belmonte, Anthony Simonson, who took down the $100,000 prize for winning the last Bolero Elite Series event, and Kyle Troop, who lost to Luis Gonzalez in that inaugural Bolero Elite Series event. So set those DVRs, because you know a lot of you are going to be watching that Midwinter High School Classic from Castle Lanes and Racine that same day. So if you can't double screen it, watch us on the Castle Lanes Facebook page and watch NBC at that same time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, noon Central. As the third Bolero Elite Series event rolls on that day.
You not want $100?
All right, we have a winner for Hang the House, lane 16.
Get your score update as soon as it comes across the wire here inside the Sussex Bowl. Of course, yep, it's only 16 teams. The issue is you got 80 players you got to enter the scores for, make sure everything's right, verified, double verified. And make sure all totals are correct before we're released. Hey, we got to hang the house down in lane 1. In the beer frame. So, I don't know if it's double bubble. I mean, they're going to get the $100 from H5G Bowling. Thanks to Todd Molbeck for throwing that offer out there for the hang the house. Maybe they'll have one after they're done. Nice spacious lounge area here at Sussex Bowl. If you haven't been here in a while, take the trip up. Spacious concourse area. Good food in the bar. Had a tasty breakfast sandwich this morning with bacon. Nice crispy hash browns. Quality kitchen here inside of Sussex Bowl. Chris Hill, member of the PBA Bowls, quite a few regional events around the Midwest as time permits. Quality tennis player back in the day as well. Once again, pattern these players are on today. For those of you that missed the opening game, Kegel's Middle Road. About 24 milliliters in the pattern, 39 feet in length. Pretty evenly divided between the forward oil and reverse oil. And it's going to get pretty interesting as these teams get into the fourth game of qualifying and a couple of Baker games they'll have to finish up their qualifying blocks. Here's Tony Oliva. Tony, quite a few appearances Tony's made over the years back in our Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and Spectra Sports days. took home a couple of action heating and cooling singles shootout titles. I know he took home at least one doubles title as well. Also the team events. I always want to thank Action Heating and Cooling for all their years of sponsorship on those Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and Spectrum Sports shows. Had somebody ask me last weekend, do you miss being on Spectrum Sports? Of course we miss being on Spectrum Sports. That channel ended January 1st of this past year, and you know, you get the outreach to the casual fan, the diehards, all you watching right now, the true bowling fans, the people that either bowl tournaments or watch a lot of bowling over the internet, you know, as they like to say, the bowling 0.1 percenters. And we thank all of you for joining us today. Robin in the chat going, there's some cute ginger here that she calls dibs on. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you call him cute. I don't even know if you call him a ginger anymore. He's starting to, I don't know if he's turning gray. What's going on? I don't know what you're doing to him, Robin, but here he is. Colin Carlick. Sitting on the front five, looking for 6 in a row, playing that deep line, and gets all 10 to go. Right now, that is the only bowler in the building that's pursuing perfection here in qualifying game 2. So we'll come back and peek in and keep an eye on Mr. Carlick as his morning progresses. Good morning, Betsy. How's it going? Betsy, of course, watches a lot of bowling on the internet, whether it's on Facebook. I know she's a subscriber to Flow Bowling. I get the hi every once in a while from her when she's got time to take a peek in. PBA Tour kicks off, well, geez, about a month from now. Actually, a month from today, I'll be in Arlington, Texas, getting things ready for Flow Bowling coverage of the PBA Hall of Fame Classic, kicking off the 2020 Go Bowling PBA Tour season. First one under the ownership of Bolero Corp. Looking forward to getting to meet Coley Edison in person for the first time. I'm sure we'll see her at many events. Of course, we'll always see our commissioner, Tom Clark, at a lot of PBA Tour finals, if not all. And I know I saw Tom a couple of weeks ago. We were talking a little shop, not for long. Tom's looking forward to having his son Rory be part of the Midwinter High School Team Classic over at Castle Lanes on December 29th. Rory bowling from Muskego High School. And I think we've seen Muskego every year in the 11 years we've run the Midwinter High School Classic. So once again, we'll bring you the semifinals and finals of both the boys and girls divisions of the Midwinter on December 29th. Put that on your bowling viewing calendar. I was in error saying that Colin Carlick was the only one with the chance for 3 air in this game. Corey Rocktischel, owner of the Best Fit Pro Shop here inside of Sussex Bowl. Corey's down on lanes 3 and 4, and he has now the front 6 after just striking in the 6th frame. So we'll keep an eye on Rock the shell as well. Rock the shell. He's got this house down. 300 games already this year and an 838 series, it looks like, on the board. First quality player for many years in Wisconsin. Made the move down here to southeastern Wisconsin. It's not a decade ago. It's pretty darn close. He and his lovely wife, Sharp. And I've noticed some quality-looking Bloody Marys coming out of the bar this morning. Some of the fans partaking of the Bloody Marys already. And you know I'd be fooling you. Said there wasn't a bowler or two that had one in their hands as well. They're icing the redhead. It's a ginger on ice. I know, that's not nice. Karlik waiting for a ball return to get cleared out before he goes, attempting his next shot. Actually, I'm sorry, I stepped away from the desk for a moment. It was a reset of a 10-pin. So they'll have to fix the score as well. They'll end his shot at perfection. Oh, you turn your head for a second, and it's amazing what might happen on occasion. And misses on the scenic route. At that spare, they'll have to get his score corrected. Take a peek next door. Saw on Facebook the other day, Tony and his lovely wife celebrating their 16th wedding anniversary. Jenny and Tony having a, I'm sure, quiet little day. And I don't know. I'm doing it anyway. I've seen these missed before, so got my hand up in the booth. I think it's the only way to do this. You got to give a guy grief if he misses the 5-pin, especially when it's on camera. Nobody else has their hand up. They're that confident in Oliva's spare-making abilities. They always say you can make it 999 out of 1,000 times, but if you left it once, you can leave it again. No, he's all over that. All right. I gave him my best shot. Hey, you got to do whatever you can to get a free drink off of Tony Oliva. Doesn't happen very often. I thought I'd see Nick Rosenditch on a team up here at this H5G bowling team shootout, but instead he's watching us, I'm sure in the comfort of his own home. Thanks for watching us this morning, Nick. Also thanks to Dana Wright. Dana, always good to get the treats from you and your wife when we're up in Minnesota for the PBA 50 stop in Monticello. Always appreciate it. Thanks for watching this morning. And Michael Pagel, I know you're watching, but come on. Cowan's the only lefty that looks comfortable playing inside. Do you forget our years of bowling together at Dakota's Millshore? It's the only place you could score there. Inside. I know I never personally carried you to a league title there, but let's be serious, Pagel. Heck, you've even seen me play third arrow on occasion at Riviera when need be. Jeff Bender watching us this morning. Holy cow. Bender, I didn't think your Apple IIe computer would actually pick up the internet. Or did you actually upgrade? I wasn't too sure on that. Dave Finna. Holy cow. The party has officially begun if Finna is on the live stream. That's all there is to say. So here we go.
Team is in one. I got to put names in here.
Oh, we got to get team names in yet. So right now, fourth place, we're talking about how it's probably going to take about a 1,100 team game average right now. So, yeah, so we're sitting right about 1,100 for the cut for four. We'll get you a full update here. Some of the teams are a little slacking this morning in naming themselves. And Cassie Haanen glistening right now with running back and forth across the bowling center. Trying to get these guys to get their acts together. Yeah, you can only do so much as a tournament director. You ask them to throw their names on the score sheets first and last, and you know you got to take care of brackets and the side action and stuff like that too. And they expect you to know all of a sudden that out of the 17 Johns in the tournament, you're the John that shot 284. So you just saw Cassie coming back from getting a pin that was in the gutter down lane. So right now, after one game, fourth place was 11:08. So right about that 220 average we were thinking. It's going to be, of course, that could change as this goes on, how these players adjust to this continuously breaking down middle road pattern, 39 feet in length. There's Dale Tressler. So and actually, as I said, these guys got to get their act together. Now we found out there was a wrong score on the score sheet. So they had to verify that on the online scoring system. They fixed that. So the cut actually, there's 3 teams at 1,100. And then it drops way back for 4th place down to 1029. So 3 teams hit them pretty hard early over that 220 team average mark. But then there's 4 teams right now bunched between 1,000 and 1028. There you saw Kyle Gertzen sneak into your picture. Gertzen, bit of a struggle early this game, a double and an open through 6, but now he's got a double up in the 7th and 8th. Can still strike out 233 to try to pile on to his 278 start. Nick Crummel. Let's get over to Crummel. Crummel, you see there, having trouble with that left lane to start. A couple of splits. They had nothing but strikes in the right lane, so one would think he should be able to put a 5-bagger on the board with this shot right now, which he does successfully. So Kreml had a big start in the 270s as well. And he still has a chance for 247 here in game 2. All right, I'm starting to get worried here. If Colin Karlik has a fan club going on right now, I'll have to put him back on the screen momentarily then. As soon as he's up the bowl again. We'll throw him on. The crowd's hollering. They want their ginger. We'll give them ginger. I gotta fix the iris on my cameras though before that happens. Get that flaming red hair in the picture and kind of tries to darken the rest of the screen up. That just reminds me of that old Irish joke. It's the difference between an Irish wedding and an Irish funeral. One less drunk. I don't exactly know if that was an All in the Family type joke or not, but. All right, you asked for it, you're getting it. Here's your dose of ginger. Looking to bounce back. He's gone open spare the last 2 frames. Put Karlik on the board for a possible 257 if he can strike out in the 10th. The smooth stylings of John Benning. I've watched that style take money away from me for 35 years, ever since junior leagues. Then again, there's probably not a single bowler in this building that hasn't taken some of my money in one way or another in a tournament. That's why I'm back here running my mouth behind a microphone. Yeah, Finna, I got to agree with you. That shine on Wallenkamp's head. Let me go knock some of the shine off. Hold on a second. All right, Finna, I think I got some of the shine off. Brian Wallenkamp Jr. did say he lotioned up the scalp this morning just to make sure everything was properly conditioned, so it's probably we had that little extra shine there. Hopefully that eases your pain a little bit there, Dave Finna. Somebody's putting some definite pain on the pins right now, though, Nick Crummel. And Eric Fritton looking to put some additional wood on the scoreboard, as he's looking at a possible 278 with the purchase of the last 4 strikes this game. And that's going to put a little bit of a roadblock on there. For Fritton. A couple of years back in our Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and Spectrum Sports days, Eric Fritton, Chad Kloss taking on the Action Heating and Cooling alternate shot doubles title. And a couple of team titles as well with Motion Plus lanes. Know that former proprietor of Motion Plus, now the manager up at Classic Lanes Fox Valley, Kerry Catania. Good to hear Kerry's doing well up in the Fox Valley. Hopefully get a chance to see him again soon. Haven't crossed past him too much in the last 18 months or so. As Fritton with the open frame. Let's get back over to 9 and 10 as they are just starting their 10th frame. And we're hoping to bring you some additional live stream events from the southeastern Wisconsin area throughout the remainder of this bowling season. Got to do a lot of juggling between my schedule with the PBA and Flow Bowling, and what we can do here on Facebook and the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel. But we've got our high school events coming up during the holiday break, and we'll have our Top Gun competition coming to you. Got a couple of tentative dates scheduled. We'll get that set in stone over the next couple of weeks. Most likely looking at weeknight events for those Top Guns for both the boys and girls high school players. And then, of course, in March, we'll have the Sean Yonan Memorial Weekend. March 20th through 22nd. And I'm sure we'll have some additional events for you throughout the rest of 2020. And of course, you always get a chance to see me on the coverage with Flow Bowling The Go Bowling PBA Tour, the PBA 50 Tour, and select PBA regional events coming up all throughout 2020. And the best part about Flow Bowling, it's not just the subscription to Flow Bowling. You have 24 different channels to choose from. You can watch MMA, you can watch college and high school track, college and high school basketball, football, auto racing, a lot of short track auto racing. If you're a short track auto racing fan, really should be a subscriber to Flow Sports, Flow Bowling, because you get that as part of your coverage. And apparently he threw the 4-leaf clover at that one, as Karlik somehow manages to get the 3-7-9 to fall. He must feel the warmth from the fan support out there. I mean, just alone on the winter tour part of the PBA schedule in 2020, you're going to have 336 games of coverage of the qualifying and match play rounds for all those PBA events. And along with replays of the Fox Sports 1 finals 7 days after they originally air. And yes, the subscription isn't as cheap as it was back in the days of Extra Frame, but you get so much more for your money outside of just bowling with Flow Sports. You can't just look at it as just the bowling coverage. And yeah, I got to pay for it just like everybody else. I'm a contractor. I got to pay that same subscription price everybody else does. But there's a lot of stuff I get to watch when I'm on the road, when I'm not calling the PBA Tour action. As Karlik finishes up with a couple questionable strikes, still shoots 257. So if you haven't subscribed to Flow Sports yet, hey, throw it on your Christmas list for Santa. Get that 1-year subscription, start 2020 off right, and watch the best the PBA Tour has to offer all year long on Flow Bowling. Our second game of qualifying, getting ready to finish up bowler movement. And our third of 4 team qualifying games. There's also 2 Baker team qualifying games coming up as well. Remember, it's not a jersey, it's H5G, and this is the H5G bowling team shootout. Sussex Bowl in Sussex, Wisconsin. Game 3 coming up next.
You go from here.
Probably not.
Put a couple different scores in.
One, two, three, four. I mean, theoretically, you could have drawn a 1, 2, 3, 4 draw.
Yeah, I had one open. I don't know why, but okay.
And getting ready to get underway here with Game 3. Tony Roventini fires the first shot on lanes 9 and 10. Pro World Brunswick, your team on lane 10. You saw Roventini leading off. Henry Teets will be your bowler G this game. Craig Mueller, bowler H. Scott Helm, bowler I. And Disco Dan Williams bringing up the anchor for Team Pro World Brunswick. And we've got a repeat of last game with Jans, Oliva, Lever, Hill, and Damerow. On lane 9, your left lane, A through E respectively, Jans, Oliva, Lever, Hill, and Damerow. They've yet to begin their third game of competition on lanes 7 and 8. We'll get you over there after a couple frames of coverage here. On lanes 9 and 10, Game 3, H5G Bowling Team Shootout. Game 2 qualifying standings will be across the wire as quick as possible. Once again, cutting to the top four teams after 4 games of normal team and 2 Baker games of qualifying will be completed. And once again, these bowlers chasing down a $5,000 first place prize thanks to H5G Bowling and their addition to the prize fund, allowing that $5,000 top prize to be paid out. Thanks to those of you watching on the H5G Bowling Facebook page. And those of you keep an eye on things as well on the 10 of the Deck Productions YouTube channel. There we go. Announcements made by Cassie Hannon, H5G Bowling. Adding another $100 as an award. This time it's going to go to the team that shoots the highest team game in Game 3. A little something extra for these guys and girls to bowl for.
Because he looks good. You can tell this is the her pleasure figure.
Ryan Lever, you see there leave that 10-pin multiple-time champion, the ABC/USBC National Championship. Isn't too much in the state of Wisconsin that he hasn't won over his many years of bowling. And of course, Craig Mueller coming off of lane 9. Craig, long time. The man in the drilling booth at Pro World Pro Shop in Menominee Falls. Scott Helm, another recent addition to the Wisconsin State Bowling Hall of Fame. Tall, lanky right-hander. That's his success back in the World Team Challenge days, along with numerous Wisconsin State bowling titles, numerous local bowling titles. Pro World Brunswick on the left lane. Started off hot this morning. They're on 1 and 2. Started with an 11:58 game and moved pairs. Followed up with 980, so they're still at a 21:38 total for 2 games. One would think that you still find them well within the top 4 to this point, especially with that 4th place team after 1 game being at just 10:28. Take a peek in over at our other pair of coverage here in qualifying 7 and 8. Got another look at Colin Carrick, Tori Henderson, and their 5-some coming into the camera this game. Randy Janecki, you see him bowling in the 3 spot, bowler H in this case, this game. Bowler F, Justin Duzan. Bowler G, Steve Galke. Bowler H, Randy Janecki. Kyle Nelson Jr., who you see stepping up here in the I spot, And rounding out that lineup, Dondre Cockerham. And it's been a rough morning for that team, as their highest game out of 10 individual games bowled so far was Carl Nelson Jr.'s 220 in the opening game. Carl followed that up with 188 in game 2. Only 3 of the 10 individual games for that team above 200, and when your carry is as effective as it was for Nelson on that shot, that's a bit painful. And Nelson will have the single ping to shoot at. Score update coming. Shirley just had a pair finish things off. Meanwhile, enjoy the action here as these teams chase.
Right at the pins.
Starting now.
Almost straight up line. I'm gonna wait so that we don't have all that. Well, so anything that moves this way, then move that way, and then it's off.
Apologies to those of you joining us on Facebook. For some reason, the feed decided to cut out on the H5G bowling page. And it's not nice of them to do that to us. So we had to stop and start a stream apparently here. But it looks like most of you are joining us once again, as we're in the third game of qualifying of 4 standard 5-person team games. That'll be followed up by 2 games of Baker, at which time we will cut to our top 4 teams. Pinfall will carry over. And those 4 teams will advance to round robin Baker match play in the semifinals. And after that Baker match play is completed, we will cut to the top 3 teams for the stepladder final. Stepladder matches, 2 games. Baker style, total pins wins the match. And waiting in the wings for our champion, thanks to the support from H5G Bowling, $5,000 on top today.
$1.
And I look like I should have about 200. Like,
Oh, did you place the bet at the sports book?
the first parlay that I won. Only that I won.
You know what? I'd have been a either at that point, so now we didn't pay it back. I had no idea what it was. Like, I want this something. With 1,000 numbers, I'm like,
Taking a quick peek around the bowling center.
The money does premium sales. He brought us down to 4. We were already in the loss anyway. He brought us down to 4. We'll actually take it as 4. But I think next time if there's things we're about autographs to do, I'm just going to have. I'm going to break.
Corey Rockshell, owner of Best Fit Pro Shop here inside of Sussex Bowl, he did have 300 the second game. And checking him out right now in game 3. He's going Dutch the first 5 frames. So I see tournament staff hard at work getting all these individual scores entered and verified, getting the team scores. We should have a 2-game scoring update for you in the next couple of minutes. Disco Dan Williams here. He gets that 10 out that time. He's acting more like a boat anchor than a bowling anchor this game, if you ask him. Not a good start for Williams. Opens in the second and third. Finally gets his first strike in the fifth. It's Pro World Brunswick now in the left lane looking to keep their way inside the top four. You see Joe Jans there, very surprised. That ball reacted past the pocket, through the head pin, and the Greek Church the result. After Jans attempts this Greek Church will get you back over to lanes 7 and 8. The crowd is howling for the ginger. I know Colin Carla can have so many fans on Facebook Live. I know he's probably got a lot of fans in the California penal system, but not that many fans here. Wisconsin. On the right side of your screen there, you saw Tony Oliva get his 6th strike in a row from the beginning of the game. We'll get back over on Oliva on his next attempt. A couple players down in lanes 3 and 4, starting with the front 5. I believe one of those is Brent Boho. Boho many times that unique two-handers made appearances. Back in our Time Warner Cable Sports Channel and Spectrum Sports days. Of course, if you ever want to catch any of those old telecasts, I'm starting to dig back through the archives a little bit more. We got a lot of shows from 2012 on. On the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel. I have to go back and find some of the older ones. Had some of these young players on as practically babies. I remember back in the day, Ryan Zagar, who once again won the Midwest Championship doubles with his brother last week at New Berlin Bowl. Zagar was 14 when he made his first TV appearance with us back in 2009. Actually, it may have been 2008, come to think of it. It's quite a ways back. Brent Boho was making TV shows with us when he was a freshman in high school, when he was 15 years old. Yeah, we should get some coverage of Boho and his team coming up. If not in Game 4, definitely during the Baker part of the qualifying round. Speaking of young players that used to make TV shows before they decided that they were going to injure themselves and not bowl for a while. Hi, Jenny Repmuller. Hope all is well. Heard you put a little Facebook Pride post out there over the last couple of days about your bowling, throwing 600 again for the first time in a while. Good to see you coming back from a knee injury. Thanks to everybody that's watching this morning. Trying to catch your favorite players as they catch us here in qualifying. Thanks for watching us on the H5G Bowling Facebook page. Let's get you back over. As Tony Oliva is going to be stepping up momentarily, looking for his 7th strike in a row. Brent Baho ended his strike string at 5 down at 3 and 4. He's got a teammate, though. He's stepping up, looking for the front 6, kind of blocked by the crowd here. See who's actually getting up on lane 4. I'll try to get you a name. Well, don't worry about it. They went through the nose over there where I just saw the pinfall. There's the 3-6. So here he is coming up, last man alive in the building with a chance to pursue perfection any further with Tony Oliva. Sam Figurino, if you'd wake up earlier, you'd know what the pattern is, or if you'd actually, I don't know, stop down here considering you bowl league here. Just giving you grief, Sam. Middle road is the pattern, 39 feet in length, 24 milliliters oil in the pattern, and just under a 4-to-1 ratio. So you don't got to make PBA Tour quality shots out here today, but you do have to make quality shots, and that is going to hurt. You just you can't blame Tony right there for showing a little emotion. Pack the pocket perfectly. And just have that head pin hit the 5 before the ball gets to it. 5 pin goes a little bit to the right when the head pin connects. And the ball connects the 5 pin and doesn't send it into the 8. And he stays with the spare. Still has a chance for 279, but you know, if he punches the rest of them off the sheet. Hey, the good news for Tony is he can watch that over and over again on the archives once this is done. If he really wants to irritate himself a little bit more when he gets home. Come on, Ralph. We all know it doesn't come as a black cloud till the 10th frame. Now, wait. So now, Colin Karlick is watching the Facebook stream, but he's bowling on lanes 7 and 8. How does that work exactly? Is he just going to bowl and then wait himself? See, it's a little bit of a lag from when we actually send the signal out of the bowling center to when it gets to Facebook. It's about 18 to 20 seconds. So, but that's kind of, I don't know if that's... It's kind of iffy if you're going to watch on Facebook. I mean, we appreciate it, but if you're watching on Facebook and you're on the pair of lanes that you're bowling on Facebook, it's kind of narcissistic, I think. But what do I know? Hey, hello from Florida. Gerald Warden, thanks for jumping on the H5G bowling page to watch a little Midwest bowling action today. Know it's a lot warmer there in Palm Beach than it is here in Sussex, Wisconsin. They had an interesting weather warning here today that I don't remember ever seeing too much of over time. And that was the freezing fog advisory this morning. And they weren't kidding. That fog, when it got down to ground level, it put down a little bit of ice. I managed to miss most of it getting up here quite early this morning to get everything set up for the live streaming. But there were quite a few players when they started getting here. 7:45, 8 o'clock to check in. They were slipping and sliding in the parking lots and on the streets around here. It looks like I know they got the salt truck out here at Sussex Bowl for everyone. As no problem there for Oliva with the strike. The Jinjin Ninja can't get them all to slice down as Karlik leaves the 3-9. But yeah, it's a gray and rotten day, so hopefully, Gerald Warden, you're enjoying this on your patio in 70-degree weather in Palm Beach. Can't wait to get down to Florida once we kick off the PBA 50 Tour in 2020. Got a peek at a tentative schedule, nothing firmly locked in stone yet, but we've started down in Florida for numerous years now on the PBA 50 Tour, and that looks like to be the case again. Looks like we'll be back kicking off the season with the Johnny Petraglia BVL Classic. In late April, and then second event on the PBA 50 Tour once again for a major title will be the PBA 50 National Championship. And Henderson, too little too late. That'll have to be respotted. So let's get over to other action next door. Yeah, these guys are 3 games in on the Kegel Middle Road pattern, and you can see not a lot of surface on the bowling balls, a lot of shine. And bowling balls aren't having a quick change of movement as well. You saw there for Chris Hill on the right lane as he beautifully took down all 10 pins. Of course, with a 4-to-1 ratio of oil, inside to out, it'll take a little longer for the front part of the lane to break down left of the track, but not a heck of a lot. And you see there as these bowlers try to control the back end. Talking to several players that are bowling this event that bowl league here at Sussex Bowl, it can be tricky pair to pair. And since this isn't the normal Sussex Bowl league shot, a little less on the ratios than you'd see during league. I don't think the house players, other than Corey Rockdashell, having too much of an advantage over anyone else here this morning. Nate Wyatt double screening, watching us and the Inside Bowling Holiday doubles. Of course, that big tournament, there's a few players from the Milwaukee area went down to take the St. Louis area, O'Fallon, Illinois, St. Clair Bowl. Lots of events have gone on there over the years at St. Clair Bowl. I know Ryan Zagar, part of our winning team last week for the Midwest Championship doubles. Zagar's down there bowling. Chad Kloss, Billy Hibbard bowled yesterday. So all I know is it takes too many guys in that booth at Inside Bowling to run what they're doing down there. I saw like 4 guys in the booth yesterday. I got me. That's all I need. Seems to be all everybody here needs with me, so we'll get somebody in for the step ladder, though. Give a little color call. Will Welch, of course, was in the booth with us last week at the Midwest Championship doubles. Will, part of that great team at Bowlers headquarters. He's actually bowling with Chad Kloss today down in the Inside Bowling Holiday doubles. So good luck to Chad and Will, and I'm sure there's quite a few players in the field here today They're glad that Chad made the trip down to St. Louis instead, because there hasn't been much that Chad hasn't either won or made a top 5 finish on. Over the last few months. And the chop there for Roventini. One of less than 40 men that have thrown a 900 series. Roventini was the second to do it all time. Back in the Monday night Big Gun League at Classic Lanes in Greenfield here in the greater Milwaukee area. I was lucky enough to be there the night he shot that. And when he threw it on 3 and 4 and he threw that last strike and ran it out all the way down to lane 15, and every guy in that league was lined up to give him a high five all the way back after he threw that 36th strike. And what a lot of people don't know is they were waiting for a couple of local news crews to get here to the bowling center after the 900 was shot, and he made some phone calls. He called the first person he called was his mom. She was in disbelief. She couldn't believe it. He had to tell her about 4 times what he actually did because it just wasn't registering on her. He was perfect for all three games of his league set. And then shortly after that, the news crews got there, and Tony put his shoes back on, and he threw another 6 in a row on that pair before being stopped by a solid 8-pin. So he had 42 in a row. And that was with about a 45-minute break after number 36. I mean, I've seen some pretty amazing bowling achievements on the Go Bowling PBA Tour, PBA 50 Tour, but that 900 series is when it shot a couple of pairs down from you during league night. It's a pretty incredible event. Colin Carrick trying to figure out what that pin and back may have been. I'm guessing it was the 9-pin that slid over. So they've posted the cut. They haven't posted the individual team scores here in the center, but they posted the cut. 4th place after 2 games is 21.50, so the pace a little bit lower than I would have expected. Not by much. It's nothing obscene. Nothing with that many players are struggling to throw quality shots, but it's under the 220 average I was thinking it was going to take. I mean, I don't care if you give high-level league bowlers, high-quality tournament bowlers, you know, an 8-1 or a 4-1 pattern. They're gonna find a way to score. I mean, it's not until you start getting to the 2-1s and the 1-1s where you separate the best of the best from the second level. But once again, we will have a reel of the pattern once the qualifying round is completed, so it'll be about a 40-minute break on the stream. We're going to take it back over to lanes 9 and 10 as they're going to be entering their 10th frame before these players on 7 and 8 will. So we'll get you some scores to finish up with. As you see right now, Pro World, after that big start they had this morning, 11:58, they're going to be lucky to get up to throw 1,000 this game. They're going to need some help in the 10th frame. They've got a nice foundation set for their 5 players with strikes in the 9th. But the thing is, they got to make those doubles. And the way this middle road pattern is breaking down, not always the easiest thing to do is make that correct adjustment. Every move is an educated guess, but you have to have the execution to go along with the educated guess to get all 10 to fall properly. Oliva with the moral front 9 right now. That vicious solid 8 in the 7th frame. The only thing that's keeping him from a perfect game. And taking a look across the bowling center, yeah, it is true. Strings are hard to come by. I see, let's see, 1 5-bagger, 2 5-baggers. Yeah, there's 2 5-baggers going into the 10th frame across the house. So, and not many doubles or even 3-baggers as well. So we're going to let these players finish up their third qualifying game. The last 5-person team qualifying game coming up next, and then they will bowl 2 Baker games to round out their qualifying as we keep rolling towards that $5,000 first place prize. Once again, thanks to H5G Bowling for adding to the prize fund. And remember, it's not a jersey, it's H5G. Game 4 coming up next.
He needs you like now.
heartbeat.
Well, for Schroeder Construction, it's been a rough day for them. And game 4, and the beers are out already. Getting another look at 5-some tailed by Cockerham. Here on 9 and 10. So your A through E, Duzan, Galki, Janicki, Nelson Jr., and Cockerham. Just getting underway on 7 and 8. We'll take you over there momentarily. So they put up $100 in game 3, Todd Molbeck and H5G brands. A little special prize for the high game. Of course, you can't make it easy. Bowlers can never make things easy. They have to go and tie at 11:51. You get the official teams that tied at that number, but that's going to probably bump the cut score up a little bit as well. A couple last score sheets coming in. They're going to give us at least a cut update momentarily. So your F through J, Jason Johnson, Mike Schroeder, Jeremy Stars, Bob Tremor, and Brett Rathman. I think that's Rathman for the last name. Some of the printing on that a little rough. For Schroeder Construction, once again, 2 Baker games remaining in qualifying. So we'll get bowler movement once again, and then those teams will take to the lanes for 2 additional Baker games as we'll cut our way to the top 4. Corey Rockteshelt. Who had 300 in game 2, came back with a 250 in game 3, ends up shooting 8-18, 268, 300, 250. So we knew he was Dutch through 5, and he took it and went off the sheet with it. So nice bowling by Corey Rockteshelt, and his team should be in the top 4. Cut right now. We do have the cut. We don't have the actual team-by-team scores, but we do have a cut. 4th place, 32-37, so pace slowed down a little bit after game 2, not much. And looking at some of the teams that were near the top 4 after 2 games, something tells me 4th place, that 32-37 number, has a couple, if not 3 team scores right behind that 32-37. So there's going to be some competition to make that top 4, no doubt about it. Nobody running away with qualifying. So if you want to check out the latest and greatest going on at H5G Bowling, just go to h5gbrands.com. Click on the bowling link on that homepage. If you want to get yourself a pro replica jersey in time for Christmas, well, you may have to put a rush order in it by now, but you can get a jersey just like the PBA Tour pros wear, just like the PWBA female pros wear as well. There's jerseys out there from A.J. Johnson, Andrew Anderson, Bill O'Neill, Chris Barnes, Dom Barrett, E.J. Tackett, Jason Belmonte. So many different replica jerseys out there that if you have a PBA bowling fan, you can get them a replica of a PBA professional bowler jersey, or if you're a fan of the PBA League and love those league jerseys as well, get yourself a copy of any of the 8 league jerseys. Can't wait for the next 2 teams to be announced. As PBA League is going to be expanding to 10 teams in 2020. We'll have to see the city base and team nickname of those 2 added teams. I'm sure they'll break that news at PBA.com sometime soon. You got your LAX jersey, your Brooklyn Styles, New York City Kingpins, your Motown Muscle, Silver Lake Atom Splitters, Dallas Strikers, Philadelphia Hitmen, or my favorite jersey, the 8 Portland Lumberjacks. You get those jerseys as well. H5G Bowling, the official jersey of the Go Bowling PBA Tour. And if you haven't checked it out yet, or if you missed the news, and that's that H5G Brands is now the official merchandiser of the PBA Tour. You can go to PBA.com, and on the main menu, open it up, you can select Shop PBA. And when that submenu opens up, click on Official PBA Merchandise. Merchandise line expanding as we speak. You can get yourself the perfect pint glass with the PBA logo on it. PBA official baseball hat, official t-shirts, and more on the way. And if you're going to be stopping at any of the Go Bowling PBA Tour stops in 2020, be sure to check out PBA merchandise booth. Bigger and better selections than ever. So if you haven't checked out H5G Brands in a while, what are you waiting for? Get your own custom jersey, get a PBA replica jersey, get some of the great new PBA merchandise. And I'll tell you what, these jerseys can fight the battle with you for a long, long time. Jersey I have on today, I've had for 8 years, and it gets worn and washed a couple times a month. And I'll tell you what, there's been no fading, no pilling. The stitching's still perfect. I've even had grease on it a few times from back in the days of the TV show where I had to end up playing mechanic in a bowling center and trying to fix something really quick on the machines and brushed against it, got a little grease on. Most of that grease came right out on the first try, and if it didn't come out on the first try, it definitely came out on the second. So I've worn high 5 gear even before I started having any promotional association with them. And I will continue to do so throughout the years. Let's take a peek here. We've seen Pro World Brunswick the last game. They were our leaders after the first game, and now I think they're the team that's only on the fourth. We'll have to get the official score update when we can. So your Pro World Brunswick lineup, they are your F through J this time around. Roventini, Tietz, Mueller, Helm, and Williams of the Dan variety. Your A through E on this pair of lanes is Rich Mueller's Pro Shop. Rich not here, but I think he was peeking in on the live stream a little while ago, so Rich will send you that bill for $2.50 in the mail for promotional on appearance on air. Just kidding. So Rich Mueller Pro Shop. Vance Vetter is your A. Tyler Shetter, B. Chris Rapinski, C. Billy Wolf is your D. And Chris Miller is the man in the anchor E position on this pair of lanes. I think some of these guys are getting a little impatient. They announced at the beginning of the event that they're going to have just a single lane courtesy, one lane each way. Get up and bowl, and I think some of these guys maybe missed that announcement, as I've seen some guys wait a couple of lanes either direction. Nobody doing the PBA double jump rule. Of course, I think the PBA double jump rule, you'll be just as fast as you would be giving one lane courtesy. You're definitely gonna be faster in two lane courtesy. That always seems to get messed up by bowlers as things go along, and especially if bowlers don't know if it's one lane or two lane courtesy. If they miss an announcement or something, then that can really cause some slowdowns as bowlers keep looking left and right, deciding is it actually. Apologies for the blip in the stream there. It's the second time we've gotten bit by it this morning. Don't know why they're choking us off outside the building here. But we're back. Unfortunately, once in a while, we're at the mercy of internet service providers, and something bit us in the backside. But you only missed about a frame or so. And as I was talking about before I was so rudely interrupted by the internet, talking about really for that last minute Christmas present for a bowler, and you just can't get through to, or you don't want to pay the rush fees on a H5G jersey, custom made. Maybe you're looking at pricing on those PBA replica jerseys, and you go, I love them, but I don't love them that much for the person you're buying them for. Go with the T-shirts. They got some pretty good T-shirts at H5G brands. These are some great T-shirts. My favorite, the blue T-shirt right there, the bowling problem number 323. Trying to explain lane conditions to a non-bowler. Had to do that at a event I attended at a very recreational bowling center last weekend. They had string pins. Those are interesting to watch. They don't fall that much different. Well, when you're using a house ball, nothing really falls different, let's be honest. First time I put on a house ball and house shoes in quite a few years. And I had somebody ask me if they thought they waxed the lanes that day. Yes, waxed. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Not wax. It is oil. So yeah, get one of those great T-shirts. I mean, those T-shirts only run $15 a piece. Get a T-shirt for each member of your family. Some fun bowling-related T-shirts there at h5gbrands.com. During match play this afternoon, we'll get H5G Brands proprietor Todd Molbeck in the booth, talk a little bit about all the stuff coming up that H5G is doing with the PBA Tour and what they're doing to support bowling across the nation. Want to thank them for bumping us a little something today to provide a live stream for all you to watch as the day goes along. And they kicked a bunch into the prize fund. So that first place today, $5,000. It's a very good payoff for a 16-team tournament. And $500 a team. You do the math. Top 4 teams that make the match play semifinal round, all cash. And this is a pretty interesting Game 4 promotion that Todd Molbeck and H5G Brands just put up. To the team that has the most 5s in their individual final total scores. That team will win $100. So if you have a 255 or a 155, that could give your team a little bit of an advantage. I mean, if you think about it, the most you'd have like 225, 185. You'd have 5 total scores, 5 total 5s in it. If you have a 255 or a 155, your team's total up to 6 or 7 is, wow. There's still enough oil in the middle of the lane to take a little hand out of it like Craig Mueller tried to do there. you'll catch some extra push, and that ball had nothing on it on the end. So this is the last regular qualifying game. 2 Baker team games will take place to round out qualifying, and that's what will make our cut to our top 4 teams, pardon me, that will advance to the semifinals. This afternoon. So at the pace this is going right now, I would estimate, and we have a full rear oil prior to the commencement of that match play semifinal round. I would say we're looking at anywhere between 2:15 to 2:30 Central Time for the restart of the stream here from Sussex Bowl in Sussex, Wisconsin. As with this format, in the match play semifinals, every one of the matches during match play will take place on a freshly conditioned pair. They'll be moving from pair to pair each match, always on the fresh to begin a match. And once we get to our top 3 for the step ladder, your opening match, the 3rd seed versus the 2nd seed, will take place on this pair of lanes, lanes 9 and 10. And your championship match will take place without the head of one Scott Helm in the way, here on 7 and 8. And some of these teams are really starting to have issues. You see here, even with that middle road pattern, 39 feet in length, you saw there for Vance Vetter. That was a pretty large mistake, and he still managed to cross over. But the bowlers there are really trying to take the scenic route to the pocket seem to be the ones that are struggling with carry at this point in time. Taking a look across the 16 lanes in play. Here's one of 2 players. Tyler Shedder with the roll 2 keeps his bid for perfection alive. He's on the front 7. And we have a player over on 3 and 4 once again with the front 6. Get you an identification on that player momentarily. And Ryan Greenwood now on the front 7 over on lanes 3 and 4. So only 1 300 so far today. That being from Corey Raktashel. Corey had that as part of an 8-18 3-game start to his round. Craig Mueller goes, okay, I just went 8-10, changed it up, now I leave a solid 9. That is one gentleman that is not having fun at this point in time in his day. So once we're complete with this fourth game, there'll be a slight delay, and I mean very slight, as they're going to have to get all these score boards in the bowling center changed over to open play style. Baker, of course, taking place on a single lane. Well, that's interesting over on lane 8 as Disco Dan Williams slides the 6-pin directly in front of the 10. Let's give you a better peek at that here. I mean, that is head on. And they need to get the rake up on lane 8. It's not too often that you see the 6-pin slide directly over in front of the 10. That's a pretty unique trick that Disco Dan pulled off there. And he got one. I would have given him 50-1 odds on getting one on that. As close as he tucked it over. I would have given you 50 to 1. Oh, that was very entertaining. I would have given you 50-1 before you shot that you couldn't get one out of that. That's a hell of a shot there, sir. You know, the funniest part, too, it gave it to him as a split, I think. Yeah, it gave it to him as a split. So. We'll keep you here because Tyler Scherer's going to be stepping up looking for the front 8. Yet to have stepped up for his 8th attempt is Ryan Greenwood down at 3 and 4. We'll keep you updated on his progress. We also do have a front 6. Now down on lanes 11 and 12. I believe that's a member of Joe Jantz's team on the front 6. Yeah, it's Tim Damerow. And Damerow just left a 4-pin and his chance at perfection. So just 2 running chances at 300 in this final team game of qualifying. One of those being right here with Tyler Scherer. No roll 2 on that shot. Front 8 for Scherer, and Greenwood gets the front 8 as well. The super slow roll for Vetter. Quality conversion by Chris Mueller on the washout. Waiting on Ryan Greenwood. Step up in his ninth frame, and we will shortly, after a score correction, have Tyler Shetter stepping up. Also looking for his ninth strike in a row since the start of the game. Kyle Gertzen, who we saw had a hot start during game one this morning. Gertzen on the same pair, but opposing team of Ryan Greenwood. Gertzen's spare 7-bagger going into the ninth frame. And Shetter can't get the 9 to go. A little too high, too flush. So our last chance for an individual 300 is up to Ryan Greenwood. Down to lanes 3 and 4. Greenwood delivering in the ninth frame. Greenwood gets all 10 to go back. So if you're a Ryan Greenwood fan, let your neighbors know, let your friends know, let your family know. He's going up in the 10th frame. Possible 300 game. A little out of our range for live coverage, but we'll try to get you some video of his last couple of shots of this game if he gets to the 12th ball, still with a chance for perfection. Henry Teets, USBC singles Eagle winner a few years back. Teets used to have that action heating and cooling singles shootout. That thing was like an ATM for him. And that was tough to do because that was an eliminator format. You had to stay hot every round. Because it was single game elimination, drop every pinfall once we got done with qualifying. And there were a couple times where Henry didn't have the greatest qualifying rounds and he had to go through 4 or 5 games of additional eliminator to make the TV show. And he won that event a couple of times and made 7 or 8 TV shows over the 11 times we had that event at Motion Plus Lanes. It was a rare year where Henry Teets didn't make that action heating and cooling single shootout. So as we're entering the 10th frame of this 4th qualifying game. Qualifying, however, not over yet. Let me call it into the graphics department really quick here. Hey, guys, you want to bring that up on the screen for me? There it is. Yep, there's still 2 Baker games qualifying remaining before we cut to our top 4. So we'll have some team movement, and we'll have some Baker bowling for you in a few minutes. as these teams try to chase down the $5,000 first place prize today here at Sussex Bowl in Sussex, Wisconsin. And remember, it's not a jersey, it's H5G, and it's the H5G Bowling Team Shootout with Baker qualifying. Coming up next.
Hey, that's almost a century game.
You contributed 0.5.
No, I have one. Cassie, the total score was
Total pinfall, including your 2 Baker games.
for guys thing.
So, like if you have a
Things way too difficult for me.
So to give you the update on the last man that had a chance for an individual 300 today, Ryan Greenwood, plaque 10. First ball of the 10th. Didn't convert it though. Still has a chance for 279.
There's either 8 or better.
As these teams are finishing their last 5-man standard team qualifying game, 2 Baker games to round out qualifying coming up next.
My wife plays every day.
No, well, no. And then spot a full set of pins and we start. Come up the boulders with it. You on a full set of pins?
I'll be there.
It's going to be a moment or so here as they get all the players ready for the two Baker games. Still one pair of lanes finishing up. Leave it up to Colin Karlick because he's too busy with his fan club to worry about bowling. And his pair, the last one's done. Not that I'd ever call an individual out, Colin Karlick, but I'm calling you out. Well, I'm calling your team out, not just you. But, yeah, just another minute or two. They'll get the scores refreshed for the Baker portion of the qualifying. Just two Baker games. And after those two Baker games are complete, we will know our top four teams that will be winding their way into the semifinal round. And, boy, if you're a Ron Bucksbaum fan, oh, you're in for a great game next game as he's going to be coming to lane 7 and 8. Who is not a Ron Bucksbaum fan?
Mr. Hill. I don't think it's right to switch. Try something else. Just to make sure. There's plenty of them out here. Something's got to be closer.
Probably not.
It's like probably the last guy.
That's Jason.
Jay, where are you?
Just waking up at 1:30.
Please make sure you get score sheets turned into the front counter.
Is that
H5G. Mr. Bucksbaum, Bagel says that your credit is all drinking.
Who? Bagel?
Bagel.
Absolutely. Can I be the co-captain at least?
I said you're good for 2 spots on the team. As I hold a white claw in my hand. I won't tell anybody. Oh, really? Bucks is my favorite UPS guy of all time.
All right, we got the lights turning back on, the lanes turning back on. And as soon as everything's set, we will be underway. Fast and Furious, 2 games of Baker qualifying remaining before we will get to our semifinals. Once again, it's going to be about a 45-minute break or so. Between 35 and 45 minutes. They have to re-oil every lane in the house, so that's a half hour right there, plus some practice. So once we end the stream, we'll give you an estimated time of when we're going to come back with the semifinal round on both the H5G Bowling Facebook page and the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel. I want to thank those of you joining us on Facebook and on YouTube. I know some people, it's a little easier for them to get their videos on YouTube, so that's why we dual stream between the 2 channels. And once again, we couldn't do the live stream today at all without the support of H5G Bowling and this tournament. Thanks to the support of H5G Bowling, $5,000 on top. Yes, I've mentioned it often, but hey, $5,000 on top is a solid day's work in a team tournament such as this.
Winner of the $100 from Game 4 is Team 8. So Bill Mons, Trevor Yonan, Josh Bullock, Tyler Atkinson, and Chris Van
That's
right,
right. That's for my PBA washout that I lined up to do for 155.
We saw the team with Nicholas J's Pro Shop in Game 1. They took down we mentioned Game 4, there was a special prize, $100 for the team that had the most 5s in their ending individual score. And Bill Mons threw a super washout on his fill ball that helped get a 5 on his scorecard. And I'm not sure what the final tally of 5s was for Nicholas J's Pro Shop. And here we see a couple of teams get rosters. They're busy with the scorecards right now, so I don't have rosters yet. There you see Joey Acello leading off for the team on lane 7. Sussex Bowl Stefan Hayden leading off on lane 8. Stefan, the manager here at Sussex Bowl. And we'll take a peek in on the other pairs momentarily. Like I said, this is going to be fast and furious. And Nocello slides behind that 3-6-10. Brent Boho, you've seen many, many a time over the years with us. And another young player. Last time we were here at Sussex Bowl on Spectrum Sports was the Barbiers Italian Inn Youth Shootout. And this young lady laying up on lane 8, Jalen Hayden, took home that title. So Jalen started bowling collegiately at UW Whitewater. She's a sophomore. I don't think she's at Whitewater anymore. I think she transferred schools. I'll have to fully check on that. She just had a 300 game this past week at Sunset Bowl in Waukesha. And that same night that Jalen had her 300 game, one of the great youth players from when we first started our Youth Challenge Series events, Alyssa Pearson, also had her very first 300 game at Sunset Bowl. So good to see those two young ladies with perfection this past Tuesday at Sunset Bowl in Waukesha. So the Vans Vetter team, we just saw with Vetter at leadoff, Rich Mueller's Pro Shop, they just bounced over to lane 9. Brand new team in coverage on lane 10. Once again, don't have the score sheet in front of me. They're working on it. Thanks for the info there, Ralph Hibbert. Jalen Hayden now attending Carroll University. A little closer to home. Hey, Matt Olson sighting. Good to see Matt out on the lanes. He hasn't hit too many tournaments, so had a few of our events back in the day we were at Motion Plus. Uh-oh, and Nocello's got to worry about his team now, because if he's the only guy to not strike in the 10 regulation shots, I think they usually cost that guy lunch, if I remember correctly. Come on, Ralph, that's too easy of a bet. That's like $50 if the Schmales kid picks his nose. Another 50 says he eats it. One of the classic lines of all time from a classic movie. You see the Sussex Bowl team all decked out in H5 gear jerseys. Also Brent Boho. Brent Boho has been a H5 gear amateur staff for quite a long time. Boho just graduated from St. Ambrose University this past spring. And I believe it's going to be taking place in a few PBA Tour events coming up in 2020. I know he's taking advantage and joined the PBA after he completed college. Bowled a regional event last weekend, his first one as a PBA member. So the cut after 4, a little lower than what I was expecting. It's 43-13, plus 313. So that's about a 215.6 average per team member on the 5-person teams. So if you had another 430 or so to what we have there, keeping that at average, you're looking at 47-43 would be an estimated cut after this baker's done. Something tells me maybe a few pins higher. Teams have a tendency to rally, get strikes on the board during these Baker games. There's Stefan Hanen. Gets the ball in the pocket on that shot. And that's, you know, the interesting part, transitioning from regular team games right into Baker is, you know, if you're that leadoff guy, you need to make the quality shot or at least know what kind of mistake you made so you can give the read on the lanes to your other teammates. So even if you don't strike in the first frame, they can start striking. Hey, Will Welch, you're supposed to be getting ready for that holiday doubles down in St. Louis. You're going to have to carry that partner of yours. I've seen that Chad Kloski bowl. Just kidding, Chad, if you're watching too. Chad, pretty much the hottest hand in Wisconsin bowling right now. Hopefully takes a little of that heat into the St. Louis area. And once again, you see as broken down as this middle road pattern has gotten, mistakes are being magnified. Mrs. Right, stay there. Mrs. Left seem to have a magnet to the head pin. Here's Tyler Cheddar. We saw Cheddar have a nice run the last game, the front eight. Smart idea to move that man into the anchor spot. Except that time you saw him up on his toes. You get up on your toes, you're going to spin that ball a little bit at release, and that extra spin doesn't let the ball return to the pocket properly. And the 2-4-5, the result for Cheddar. So solid 247 score by the team with Brent Boho, the 2-hole. Oh, we got to go back and get a Bucksbaum sighting. Let's go back and get a Ron Bucksbaum sighting. Oh, look at that. Numbers are flying up on the Facebook Live counter with Ron Bucksbaum. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Yep, here it is. Oh, I was you know I'm in on this one, Ron.
We're all up here, Buck.
We're all on it.
Come on, Bucksy.
I saw him in a New Year's Eve tournament, or New Year's Day tournament a couple years ago, have his wife's purse on his left shoulder when he made the spare. This could be pricey. Oh, look at that. All over it. I think half the house had their hands in the air on that shot for Bucksbaum. Look at that. Somebody check that man's pulse. Somebody check that man's pulse right now. Yeah. I think Ron got a little nervous on that one. We'll get a little player movement. Get right into Baker game number 2. Not wasting any time here. As these teams will simply just switch lanes on their pair and resume.
I was nervous for you.
And we're off. A couple of 10 pins. Leading things off here on 7 and 8. Vance Vetter single pin. Let's see if we can get the single pin. Jinx broken. Steve Barron, there he goes. Gets that busted open. Kicks the 10. So there you see, that's our estimated start time on the semifinals. 2:40 p.m. Central. Check back on your Facebook feed at the H5G bowling page, H5G bowling. And for those of you finding it a little easier to watch on YouTube, 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel. Once again, the action fast and furious getting into these last two. Well, last few frames, actually. We're already done with one game of the 2-game Baker round.
Put him in the hole! Hawk!
Stephen wants to go stickies.
Matt Olson throwing it like a 22-year-old rookie out on tour right now. Front 4 for his team. the front five. Cured. Here's Buxy. Ah, can't get that 10 to go. Let's see if we can get a 7-10 made here. We got one back at the Grant Miller Youth event, Bowl for Life, that we live streamed back in the beginning of November. And Barron makes it front six. All that hard work Chuck and Deborah Gardner do with Bowl for Life, and it was good to see Chuck get recognized from the Professional Bowlers Association and the players of the PBA with the Tony Reyes Community Service Award for everything Chuck does, not just with Bowl for Life, but everything he does bowling related. We'll stick with this pair of lanes since we're on a hot hand here, front six. Get the corner pin out, front seven. That's going to need some help. Oh, there's no luck in bowling. It's all skill, no matter what you say. It takes skill to properly pay that 1-2 pocket. And now it's up to Matt Olson to set things up in the ninth frame.
Hey, Jamie, no pressure.
Looking for the front nine. Oh, he fell off the shot. And the 10 doesn't go. Heck of a run by team. Jimmy Wolzai was waiting in the wings to try to finish it off. Matt Olson, though, flat 10. And, oh, they're going to be the first team to get to the lounge here at Sussex Bowl. Well, there's a couple other teams that are in the ninth frame as well. But when you throw all those strikes. So we'll let everybody finish the action out here. And there's the open Olson. And so approximately 2:40 p.m. Central Time is when we'll bring the stream back. You are going to do a full re-oil of this middle road pattern across the house. And we'll have our four teams beginning that match play round determined after scores are verified, and we're not going to stay on the air for that. We do have to get some equipment moved to bring you as much action as possible during that semifinal round. Semifinal round will be 3-game total pin matches. Bonus pins will go to the winners of each 3-game match. And after that round robin, simply three-game matches, no position round. The top 3 teams will advance to the step-ladder finals here a little later this afternoon, as they'll continue to chase down and try to get that $5,000 prize to take home for our champions today here at the H5G Bowling Team Shootout. Semifinal round coming up at approximately 2:40 p.m. Central Time. Stay tuned to the H5G Bowling Facebook page, and for those of you on YouTube, you'll get a fresh stream on the 10 of the Deck Productions channel. So for my entire staff here today, which is me, myself, and I, this is $2 Phil Brylo. Remember, parents, always take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. And we'll be back here a little later this afternoon, approximately 45 minutes from now, 2:40 p.m. Central Time.
Last time I had a person play, it cost me $21.
So we're right around the same today, so. I remember that one short.
Yeah. I have 8 minutes before I kill somebody tripping on it, so probably not. So usually after it's 2 minutes. It takes me about 3 hours to set the stuff up.
Yeah, I'll find out the exact date. Take off Friday.
Careful, man. Watch out. Watch out.
Oh, I know. I know.
Watch out for the cables, guys. Right. I'll double tape it anyway. Once you guys start rolling over. Once you guys start rolling over with bowling bags? Yeah. Once you got about an inch, half inch of edge, you'll pour right up. Well, you know what? Use duct tape. I got some 3-inch gaps. Yeah, this stuff doesn't have any stickiness. I do mean old guy.
Okay. I had. Well, no, I didn't have a
no, I think one team has 5.